Let's try a weird monitor angle today. See how that goes. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, let's try not doing it at compile time. Okay, so that is crashing. Want more podcast? What do you mean? I don't have a podcast. I do not podcast. Why don't we have a frickin' call stack? Did we like destroy everything? This is the worst thing. Like, just fixing this kind of problem would be so major, and yet we just can't fucking seem to do it. Okay, it's on the third one, right? So I go there, there, there. Okay, does that still persist if I cut these out? I think so. Break there. Okay, right. Didn't rebuild it. Yep. Okay, great. Great. So even without the assert, this will die, right? This will just be, I mean, I think I just do this, right? Okay. We call split. Oh, wow. That fast. Let's try it again. Call split. There's really? Oh, so it's that call to count right there. It's messing up. You know, that interview happened so long ago, I honestly remember very little of what I said in it. And the parts that I do remember are the parts where I was like, I didn't think those were very good. Maybe you should cut those out. So I don't know what they cut and what they kept and so on. Okay. They edit it pretty aggressively. How long is the final recording? $1 hour? Oh my God. They cut most of it then. Like it was literally, it was probably a 3 hour conversation or something. Well, Rip. Oh, there's an Elon Musk interview. I should watch that because I went on Hacker News because I made that mistake that I always make of going on Hacker News. And there was like some shitty GQ article about like how Elon Musk was a worse employer than Hitler. And it was like obviously such a bad, I don't know. It was such a bad article, like clearly, but I'm sure people will eat it up because of the prevailing sentiment. It was like literally there was one sentence in this thing that was like, it's as if he had no idea who worked at his company and didn't know how to solve problems and was just screaming in the dark with anger or something. And you're like, what? How you're painting that picture of somebody who managed to make electric cars a thing and also make the US still have a space program and be able to fucking land rockets. And you're trying to paint this picture of this person like cluelessly screaming in the dark. It doesn't fucking make any sense. It makes me so angry. Not only that people are going to write that stuff, but that so many people like are going to like rally behind that. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. You wonder if split works as expected when the separator is AA and the string is AAA. I actually don't know. I don't like these string routines. I'm probably going to completely replace them at some point. These string routines were like somebody else passive aggressively replacing stuff that I had already done with like stuff with different names and adding some things. So some good functionality was added, but it's like not even implemented very well. Like, I don't know. It just, everything about it makes me angry. So we're going to replace them. Yeah, the Forrest Gump theory of Elon Musk. That's a good way to put it. Except it's like autistic evil Forrest Gump, right? It's like the Goofus theory of Elon Musk. How do you escape the separator? Well, don't. Like, these routines aren't for that kind of a thing. Okay, so when we inline stuff, because that's new functionality, sometimes things do not come out right. And so I'm just investigating what is going wrong. And so we run all our tests. A lot of them succeed, but some do not. And so this one is an example of something that does not succeed. So stir here is the right thing. But okay, let's check separator. It's going to be fine. Now I bet count is inlined, probably, right? Oh, I've got so many of these. This is a bad name for this function. Like, fuck you for naming it count. It's so silly. All right. Anyway, yeah. At least it's documented how it behaves a little bit, which is a positive thing. Okay, so we're going to step into this, and I presume it's not even inlined. Oh, slice down here is inlined. Another function that the name of which I do not like. Okay, I bet it dies here probably. So we have stir, we have it, which is 0, substring.count, which is 1. Okay, so we call this, we can't even step into it, bro. Okay, so I bet I could just call this from top level and have it crash. And if we can do that, then we can just look at the bytecode that's generated, because we're inlining on the bytecode level. So let's just say result is count. We'll do exactly the example there. And there we go. Yep, it dies. Great. So we could just put, actually, just that's not what this is for. All right. Wait, we're not even, oh, we're running this at compile time. Wait, it actually completes. Wait, how does it complete? But we don't even get to frickin' start up at runtime. Maybe, like what? Like what? Let me just do that just in case. Yeah, it does it. Okay, hold on. Now I'm extra confused. So it only fails at runtime. That's real weird. Although, not the most surprising thing I ever heard. And it completely trashes the stack. So GG's. I can't even step in. Oh, because it's inline. Of course I can't step in. Although I feel like I should be able to. I feel like we should be telling the debugger that the code is in a different place. Maybe F11, maybe F11 actually works differently. Let's go over here. No, because it kind of should be in there by now. Maybe it's just busted. Okay, I really don't know. All right, well, GG's is somewhere in there. So how about well, it returns the right answer. So okay. We would like in the debugger anyway to be able to step into an inline function like this. Here I said F11 and it stepped out for some reason. Oh, wait. Hold on. What? What? Oh, F11, if you can't go down, I guess goes to the next. I don't like this debugger behavior. Is string.count unsigned or signed? It is signed. I don't know what you're talking about, but like you'll get array bounds check errors. Like that's fine. I don't, don't worry about that. Okay, so inline count, blah, blah, blah. So I thought that I do set those locations, but when we output let me just double check. Yeah, we supposedly set it, but oh, we don't use those. We use like current statement. Where does that happen? See, I would rather fix the actual problem, but this is also a usability thing for the people, so. Current statement, debug instruction. Okay, this is some garbage that I don't like. What's it called? Oh, this is the lexical block stuff, huh? Yeah, so we have lexical blocks. Let me remind myself. Okay, so we're not currently copying any of this information when we inline. So we certainly could do that. Let's do this. We need a lexical block offset. Lexical block offset is bytecode okay. Now, lexical blocks dot reserve everything we have plus everything they have. Okay. +1 +1. Okay. Uh-oh. Result children dot add it plus lexical block offset. Okay. So I don't know if that's actually enough to solve anything. Apparently not. Not an x64 anyway. Let's see. Let's see here. Nope. Well, we copied some lexical blocks maybe. But it was not enough. As a warning on the Visual Studio Finder, it apparently doesn't work on Visual Studio 2015, which is some in-between version that isn't either of the things. I think I knew at one point what I was supposed to do for that, and I just didn't go fix it. Well, do I continue looking at this debug info thing? I thought there was like a debug statement variable. I hate not remembering what things are called. Hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Just wait, though, with Visual Studio 2022. I'm sure they'll have some completely new, completely incompatible way of finding it that requires you to install the Windows substation for Windows. Okay. Let me at least look. I want to at least know what I need to do to fix this debug thing. Because the thing is, when we ship inlining to the people, we would like them to be able to step into their inlined code. So, yeah. Yeah. How do we... Okay, so like code view debug info, what does it do? Okay, so for every load directive, we put in some files for every well, I don't know, something about files. Okay, so for all the programs, so we have this statement debug info array. I see. So we are also not copying this when we inline. Aha! I don't actually know. Okay. Okay, for back statement debug info. So we're going to do the same pattern we just did. Current. Oh, wait. Oh, this is current back. It's confusing. All right. Current back statement debug info dot reserve the count plus back statement debug info count. All right. So for everything here, current back. Ugh, this is going to be so easy to make a mistake with these variable names. Okay, and then these just have, whoops. Okay. Okay. And, I don't know. Something like that. Oh, equals 0. Okay, let's see what that does. Nothing. How about x64? Hey, check it out. Can you step into inline functions with Visual C++ in debug mode? Or not? I don't remember if you can, or if it throws it away. Okay, so we're going to call slice, and that's probably where we die, right? Can't see the variables because it's inlined. I wonder if we could fix that pretty easily. Anyway, we can at least see the control flow. So we're returning a thing. Why can't I see this variable? Like, what's going on there? This is really not helpful. Wait, we didn't even crash. Okay. Did putting debug info somehow cause us to not mess up the executable? LLVM crashes still. It also stepping doesn't work. So maybe maybe we are messing up. That doesn't make sense. In line 228 of what? I'm not even looking at something that has a line 228 on the frickin' screen. In the split function. I don't know. This has nothing to do with what we're doing. So like, if people keep derailing, I'm going to start ignoring people, but we'll pursue this one just for kicks. Why are we adding the substring count -1? Yeah, that seems wrong, probably. Like, God, this is so terrible, dude. This is like the worst code. Oh my God, we just need to rewrite that whole thing anyway. So we're not going to check it in until we do. It's like, it's calling this every time. Like, this string data doesn't change. Just maintain a substring and like bump the things. Like, anyway. Oh, the reason it adds -1 is because the loop body adds 1 every time. There should be a comment there saying that. But you excuse me, I'm dying of COVID here. You implicitly advance your position in the string 1 each time in the loop. So yeah. But you know, anytime you write code that does that, that's like, this is kind of a standard pattern that happens sometimes. You always should put a comment that that's why that's there, if only because off by 1 errors are so common in code. If you have something that looks like an off by 1 error, you should explain why it's not. Okay? Always. Always. Yeah. Anyway, I don't like the way this works, because just calling another function in this loop, even if it's inlined, it's just silly. You should start with a little slice and then just bump the pointer once each time. And even this equality check, the thing is, you know that the lengths are the same and the compiler is going to generate a length compare. So in some code that people are going to call all the time, I mean, maybe that gets optimized out. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But I would just do a memcomp on the strings. It'll just memcomp step, memcomp step, right? Like, just get the fat out of the thing. Count as a substring count. Yeah, it's not a well-named function either, right? Which is also why I want to rewrite this. This is not, don't ever name a thing called count. Like, if it does something that you would have to explain to somebody, name it that. You know what I'm saying? The news is I wish people would stop bothering me about release dates for things or I will stop streaming. All right? It'll be done when it's done. I mean, I know it's good that people are excited about it, but like, holy shit, I have a lot of work to do. All right? We will announce things when it's time to announce things. Everybody acting like my project manager. I mean, I think most people don't mean it that way, right? It's just I get asked about it literally every stream, and I just don't want to answer it literally. I mean, I get asked multiple times a stream, probably. Which, I mean, admittedly, that's a good problem to have, right? It's much better than nobody caring about what you make, right? It's just, I have a lot of work to do is all. Okay, so I don't understand why this works in x64 and not LLVM. And at compile time. That's what really bugs me is, hey, it works at frickin' compile time, bro. And it works in x64. Does not work. LLVM backend does not complain at compile time, but the thing crashes. And it's probably something about inlining. So maybe I can just so we might even just crash dereferencing these, right? Yeah, we don't even get there. How about B? So we don't even make it to B. Yeah, so it's like dereferencing the string is wrong somehow. Like we're dying in this if statement probably. Let's see. Let's put another one. Let's put A down here. No, we don't get to that. Oh. How many A's do we get? Oh. Maybe it's, oh, assert is inlined. The problem could be inlining inside an inline. And that's confusing things. No, but then, because we still get down, and then we die further down. So it probably is dereferencing the parameters. The parameters are probably not right. This passive-aggressive must pisses me off. Don't do that. Okay. In slice B. Okay, that's interesting, though. Like, what? Okay, so it's really not anything very linear. It's like something gets hosed, and then we can't do anything from there. All right, well. Okay, hold on. I was testing before if we could call slice for... Okay. So like if we call print, we die. Maybe print just has a problem, right? If we call assert, we die. Maybe if we ever have... It's no underscore. Nope. Yeah, it's dying on the first thing. So it's not really that assert is inlined. Let me just copy this to the test program. Okay, we're going to call this my slice. Okay, this still dies. So we have managed to simplify the situation because we took out this middleman function that's inside this relatively bigger body of code, and we've got it down to this. So like, what if I do this? Still dies in LLVM. Okay. Boom. How about this? I'm sure it still dies, right? Yep. How about this? How about this? Okay. All right. We'll go my assert. My assert. See, this is weird. So it still dies. What if I do this? Still dies. What if it's empty? Still dies. Okay. How about if we get rid of the caller location? That's a little bit sus. Nope. How about if we get rid of the args? Huh. Varargs. Is it that calling varargs is messed up? Because print is also varargs. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Actually, no, that didn't kill it. Whoops. I knew that would happen. Okay, so we went too far. We're going to rewind a little bit. I believe here we were still crashing. There we go. Okay, so let's just get rid of index and count here. One thing at a time. So maybe this has to be a parameter. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, let's get rid of the return value. I just forged ahead and did too many things, which I'm about to do. Okay, still dying. Now, what if we do no parameter? Interesting. So like there kind of had to be a parameter. Well, maybe it's the inline. Welcome everybody who just showed up when I didn't, after I explained that we're debugging something in inline right now. What are the odds that the caller of an inline function is returning when that inline function returns? Not very high. I mean, that could be, but supposedly that is handled. Okay, so it's weird that there kind of has to be a parameter here. Can it be? Okay, so we're still crashing, right? Yes. How about if it's a... So even with an integer, let's just try to get our repro case down. So this kind of wants to be a string. Okay. Still crashing. If we delete this, it's fine. What about there? That's also fine. Interesting. Okay. How about getting rid of the return value here? Still crashing. Okay, great. So we can get rid of this and that and that. Okay, so we're getting pretty simple here. Weird that this has to be a string. Okay, when you do a varargs, you make a thing on the stack. You make an allocation for the varargs array. When we inline, that allocation, if we're not adjusting it correctly, could be in the wrong place. Now, in theory, we should be handling all stack allocations, but we could have missed one. Make the string 4 bytes long. That will not matter. That will not matter, bro. All right. Okay, so that is my theory, is that it's trying to use a stack address that is the wrong one, and it's stomping something else, and that doesn't happen to be particularly fatal except in the LLVM backend. That is a plausible story about what could be going on. Also, the fact that it's a string means that there's a little more setup. Anyway, so here's where the inline is. And this is before the inline, right? So we make a constant that's e long, which is the length of the string. We get the base of the string into v1. We put the length in. We put the data pointer in here, right? And then we copy this into v5. And the reason is right now when we inline, we do make register copies for parameters. That's something we might be able to elide later, but this is just saying v5 is the parameter to this down here. Except we don't ever use it because nobody uses stir down here. But maybe the reason it's required for the crash is just that using some stack there or something, and that's what we clobber. I don't know. Anyway, stack node, v6 equals 1. Stack plus 20 is L value of vargs array. That's a load effective address. And then copy to produce L value. So we're copying frickin' something. See, if this were crashing in the bytecode system, I could step through it there. Okay, guys, here's what I'm seeing looking at this. When we inline a function, it's supposed to have its own stack completely, right? And we add offsets to that. Now, this is clearly not true here, though, because here we're taking the address of something, 32 bytes, hex 20 on the stack, right? Because that's where we're putting the string literal, which is why this crashes with a string, by the way. So we're taking this, but we're taking this same thing here to be our varargs array in this function. WTF. That is the same as that because the stack doesn't move here. So GG's, that's the problem. Let me warm up some tea water. Now I thought we handle Lee right here. So we're going to have to maybe break here and see what's going on. Is stack offset 0 for some reason? That would be bad. Yeah. How does it look? This is internal bytecode. How do I feel about the explosion of new languages? They're inspired a lot by my work. I mean, it's good. It's good to contribute a little bit, but at the same time, most of these things are not doing the high quality job that I'm trying to do, and so I don't like it because, it's fine for people to be inspired and do something very different. But when you're not done yet and somebody's trying to intrude on your mind share and crowd it out with their mind share by taking your, it's like a fast follow in the game industry or whatever. It's kind of scummy, honestly. It doesn't feel good. I wouldn't mind if something like this was done by somebody who was set up. Like, the goal of this project is to try to clean up programming and try to do a higher quality job than people have done on certain classes of features and certain making things fit together, right? That is the goal. And it's not to put my name on a programming language or have a lot of people use something that I've made, which is the motivation behind, most people posting stuff to NPM or whatever, right? And that's causing a lot of the problems. So I'm trying to do a thing in a different way than how people are normally doing it, because the way people are normally doing it is causing serious problems, right? Now, if people will just let me do what I'm doing and not try to drown what I'm doing by fast following, it might actually work, right? But if somebody's going to try to fight me for survival, they won't be happy when I break out the weapons to ensure my survival. Let's put it that way. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it. I don't like it. I wish it had gone differently. It still can go differently, but yeah. Now, that said, I think that what we're doing here is so much better for anything that I'm aware of, for any kind of use case that I'm interested in, let's put it that way, that I don't think there's a realistic danger, but I mean, it just kind of sucks when people take your stuff and don't add much to it and then try to compete with you, right? Like, what? It just sucks. It doesn't feel good. Yeah. But again, we're doing such a more thorough job on all these features than anyone else. Like, it's not even close. Like, even, with people doing stuff like compile time execution, right? I think that's fine. Dude, we had compile time execution 7 years ago, right? But I've been making it better and better the whole time because there are a lot of variables controlling like whether something is production quality usable, right? Whether it really will do the job that you need it to do, or whether it's like kind of messy and and yeah. So it was just a big difference in what the things are. That said, in the world, the best thing does not always win. So we'll see. But we have to be so much better in so many dimensions than people expect. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway. So why do we have overlapping things? Okay, so I'm going to do a little cheeky breaky here. I forgot to go warm up my water. I'll go do that in a second. So I'm going to put in the special thing that says only inline when the calling site is on line 13. And then, wait, what? Oh yeah, this is here. And then I just want to print out, because if we get false positives, we could move it to a different line or something. But I just want to step through that and see WTF is going on. Let me paste this somewhere so as we don't lose it. All right. Yeah, tea water. I also need to adjust the temperature in here. There's like so many things. Okay, hold on. I compiled. I build this. It says inline 14 instructions right there. Yes. So that is the only inline that happened, which means we can go break there. Right? Dang it. Okay, I just want to know when we do a Lee here, WTF is going on. I think that's the first Lee. We could check the line number. So line 9 or 488, depending on which one we check. I'm in the wrong window. Oh, so whoops. 488. 9. Okay. So what is Okay. Stack offset 48. Wait, 48 would be 30. Oh, is it coming out differently? Oh, wait, if I do a no jobs, do we get a different answer? Or if we do an x64, I don't get it. This is the one that we're looking at, and it comes out to plus 20, which is 32, every time. And the source instruction is plus 20. Here, we're saying, oh God, we're saying, close it. See, this is annoying. Like what we're seeing does not match the run that we are doing. It's the right file. Okay, I'm going to warm up some water. Anyone have questions about what's happening? Maybe we will need sun chips. Why would an inline function have its own stack? It doesn't. It does not. Okay, we have another Lee, 37099, which is this one. Oh, guys. The problem is the following. This is my theory. We'll investigate. I put these together because they all have this, but I bet Lee doesn't actually use options. Because both Lees were 0 in the field that we're checking. Like new BC starts as a copy of the old bytecode, right? So we never leave with options. Oh, here we do. I bet this is actually ignored. Okay. So the thing is, this thing points at a linear allocation struct, which is where it's actually getting this plus 20 from. It probably is good for us to encode the offset as well, but maybe nobody's paying attention to that. When we inline something, I do copy all the stack allocations, which are the things these point at, but I didn't actually want to cross-reference the copies because that just would have taken a little more time or something. Maybe not, though. Maybe I should just cross-reference it. Okay. My theory is this uses the offset. x64 uses the offset. LLVM forgets to use the offset. And when I print this out, I also forget. Let's test that latter. TC Tugger here. Dang it, it's the wrong file. Where is it? Bytecode printing. Okay. Yes, we do not print this. So there. Now, whoops. What? Oh, it's options. I was like, what is going on? What? Oh, options. I got a temperature. Temperature. Is the IR pure homebrew or is it based on something? No, I just made it up. I mean, the thing is, you kind of know what you want your instructions to do. It's just not rocket science. There is a little bit of artistic choice or engineering choice based on other aspects of your system, right? And I did evolve it significantly over time, but there's no, like, it's kind of like a lexical analyzer or parser or something, right? It's like, there's no reason to base it on somebody else's thing because it's not that big of a piece. Like, that choice doesn't matter that much, I don't think. You don't get why the string parameter is relevant. It's on the stack in the outer frame. Okay. So now we run this, and we will see our extras in the lees. There's our 48s. Oh, we should print it in hex. It's very confusing to mix to cross the streams. All right, and then LLVM indubitably forgets this. I hope. Oh, dang it. It theoretically doesn't forget this, but maybe it does it wrong. And the problem is, I still don't understand LLVMIR like at all, or at least not this API to it. It's such a terrible API. Like, I have no idea. I just want to say, add this many bytes to this thing, but that's like so hard to do in LLVM that, like, I don't freaking know. I mean, okay, so we cast it to pointer to I8. And then we do create gep, which I don't know what that means still after all this time because it's so fucking confusing. I get it's a one-dimensional offset, so I guess it's just saying get, like, this looks right to me. Anyway, hold on. Let's check this one real fast. Yeah, we just put a plus. This is all we want to do is put a plus here. That's all we want to do. I say plus offset. Oh, I bet this is the wrong size because it's frickin' LVM, right? Because we're going to do a store. I bet we have to cast it back. We have to add the offset. Oh no. Oh no. This is even worse. This is even worse. This is worse because you don't actually get to lay out the stack. Okay, I see what's happening. What's happening is more annoying. So whenever you deal with LLVM, you have to deal with this smelly butt API that they made that's horrible, right? In every dimension. It's hard to understand. It's hard to use. It's very hard to debug. And it's very, very slow and drives you nuts with all the stupid things you have to do. Especially because what you do is probably never the optimal thing because it's so hard to understand. And there's no documentation, so have fun with that. You can't RTFM when there's no documentation. So the problem is I can't just say there's this much stack area and let me bump this up on that because LLVM doesn't really believe that you are competent enough to write a compiler, basically. LLVM thinks only it can write a compiler and you're like writing some JavaScript on top of the compiler. So, yeah, I have to do something slightly different. Why use it? Because it supports more platforms than we do. And also it supports more optimization than we do at this time. Saw a question, is SSA too much of a pain in the butt? SSA is kind of orthogonal to your choice of bytecode representation. Like SSA only means you just write to a variable only once. That's all it means. It means your variable comes into existence at the time that you issue a write instruction and never again. So SSA can be a property or not a property of anybody's intermediate representation. It is not currently a property of this one, but there's honestly not that many cases that you would have to change to make it SSA. We just don't have a reason to do that, and it's unclear that I will. Like, it depends. You only really care about SSA when you try to do data flow analysis, which you're usually only trying to do for optimization purposes, which we don't do yet. But like, you know, anything that you can do with SSA, you can also do not with SSA. So it's like, it's just a question of, is it worth it? You got the impression LVM IR using SSA was to allow the optimizer to do more. Sure, but like, I'm not going to go into it. There would have been ways to make this much easier and more reasonable is all I'm saying. LLVM is actually really stupid about the stack. It's horrible. And given that the stack is like your main thing, it's really sad. Thoughts, opinion on a language like Perl that transpiles to C? No, fuck it. Perl is bad because it's not statically typed. Do not ever use a dynamically typed language ever, ever for anything, ever. Perl was really cool back when it was made, and we didn't know better about static typing versus dynamic typing, but now we do know better, and so you should not use it. Have I ever looked into GCC's IR? No. Like, literally everything about GCC and GNU libc and all that stuff is so ugly. I would never trust anyone who wrote that stuff to program anything for me. Holy crap. Just try to look at GNU libc sometime. You don't mean dynamic versus static typing. You mean transpiling. I mean, whatever. Like, why are people so eager to make more shitty languages that transpile into other languages? Don't you kind of see that that's the problem that we have, is that there's too many crappy things? Like, transpiling causes a lot of problems, all right? It causes a lot of problems. You probably shouldn't do it. Transpiling is sort of a sign of a low effort system, right? Latest Emacs transpiles to C? Really? The problem is that's not actually going to make things that much faster. All right. Like, if they had done that 20 years ago, it would have probably mattered a lot. But it's not going to matter that much now, because the problem isn't number of instructions. It's how the data is laid out. And as long as you're using eLisp and your data is a bunch of frickin' cons pairs, Emacs is going to be slow as ass. There's just no way around that. And the problem is we're going to continue to have more CPU cycles, and memory probably isn't going to get that much better for a while unless there's something amazing happens. Optimizing Lisp requires some serious whole program tracing. I mean, it's not even that. It's like you need to transform the way all the data is stored, which, I mean, there have been academic research projects about that, but like, I'm not really aware of anything like that that was ever used in production, much less on a scale of like all eLisp that exists. Emacs is very cool. You just wish it was fast. Well, you could have something like Emacs, but with a different programming language as the extension language, and it would be fine, right? Maybe we'll do that at some point. Okay, so I can't actually do this thing here. Not in the way that I'm doing it. So this offset, see, this is, okay. This is one of these things that people don't account for in software engineering, right? We're using this component. We don't even use it all the time, but because we use it, it's constraining what we are able to do elsewhere, right? Because it wants to be fed things a certain way, we need to not do this relatively simple thing of adding this offset, because this offset is not actually allowed to go outside the range of the thing. I don't know why it's not hard erroring on me, but it's clear to me that what I'm doing is illegal in LLVM. So, GG's. So I actually, for now, am going to remap the stack allocations, or we do even copy them already, right? It's just whenever we use one, we need to ting-tangle it. Right? We need to ting-tangle it. All right. So this does, though, this shouldn't be that hard. So we do this copy and append. And we have the index within the array. So we should just be able to add that. So do we already have a linear allocation offset? Nope. Okay. So we will do that. We will say okay, so okay, auto linear allocation offset is current bytecode stack allocations count. Okay, so down here, does anyone else do this? Okay, that does a copy. That, okay, that's questionable. But anyway, okay, here we do this. And if it's on the stack, we say new LA equals sub linear allocation offset plus LA index within what? What's it called? Index within array. Okay. And then we say new BC arrow big constant pointer is new LA. All right. Assert new LA arrow. I don't know. We'll test size for now, just to make sure that we didn't get this wrong. And then we're just shoving that in the thing. So when we copied these, oh, we can also say assert new LA arrow base address is equal to LA base address plus stack offset. Hopefully that's right. All right. Didn't like it. I mean, we don't actually care, but oh, you know, that's not even necessarily true, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so we go back here. We don't have our extra pluses again. Okay, it still didn't frickin' work. So we break there, just where we did. And we say, what is your major malfunction? What's your damage, Heather? Linear allocation offset, 2, 3. Okay, so our allocation in the non-inline function is this, and then we have this. So base address 32, size 16, index alignment 8. Or base address 32. We didn't add the base address when we did the thing. Well, no wonder this assertion's going off. Okay, so copy and append, offset to ensure. I don't think. Okay, I never quite finished this. I was probably writing it when I was tired. I was not in the mood. I wrote this during one of those times when I wasn't super in the mood to program, but I was like, let me just bang it out. Let's just bang it out. All right. I think this is right. And here, this should be result. I feel like that assert's probably going to trip, honestly. Yeah. See what it complains about. Okay, offset to ensure is 48. Result is 80. Oh, wait, this is stack offset. This is, okay, so offset to ensure plus source, no, not sign cure. Ensure plus source base address. Offset to ensure, letter E. 80, okay, yeah. Plus source base address, obviously. Obviously, all right. Hey, LLVM now works. Well, our thing going through the LLVM backend. Wait. Yeah, no, that was x64. Sorry. No, LLVM doesn't work. Dang it. I thought we were done. Value is not yet added. Dang it. What bothers me is that, like, it's not even noticing the problem. Like, maybe we can do some kind of like validate bullcrap, but it should. Okay, this is correct now though. See this? Here, this address no longer matches this address. These are disjoint from each other. That is very good. So we kind of should be okay. Guys, okay, so here's the thing that people have to realize. This whole thing with the way open source software is done right now, where like there's a package manager and everybody contributes and it's like code sourced from anywhere in the world and you just auto download it, that is not going to last that long. And the reason it's not going to last that long is that I could almost guarantee you that there are at minimum thousands of people around the world whose job is to inject bugs into open source software for espionage purposes. Like, look, there are, give or take, 200 countries in the world. Most of those countries have spy programs. You could type source code from anywhere. It's very cheap. You don't even need to fly a dude anywhere, right? How many people do you think it's their job to just check shit into GitHub and NPM and whatever that has bugs in it? How do you think that's not a thing? And how long do you think things are going to go once people figure out that's a thing? How didn't they hack into the Linux kernel yet? I guarantee you they have. I guarantee you there's like fucking at least 17 serious exploits in Linux. Like easy ones. I don't even mean like, obscure things. Can I guarantee that it hasn't happened to the Windows kernel? No, I would bet that it has happened to Windows as well. The difference is with something like Windows, it's more expensive. Because you have to fly someone there and they have to work at a Microsoft office, right? And you can fire them and all these things, right? B, because you would have to fit the bug into a feature set decided by whatever project manager, right? So there's a level of check. With open source software, all you have to do is add some major useful functionality to some program that makes a lot of changes, right? But like, look, you did something really useful that it's adding value for the people, right? And then you just put your bugs in there. It's easy. When somebody else is deciding the feature that's harder, it still can be done. But C, companies still have some degree of QA before they put things out the door. Unlike, again, the difference between an actual company and like an open source project is in an actual company, somebody is responsible for the experience of the software, right? And that means a lot in terms of quality. It still doesn't mean as much as it used to, right? And it doesn't mean that nobody ever does quality stuff in open source, but like it does mean there's just that extra layer of vetting that doesn't exist otherwise. The Linux kernel has police, but like you don't understand. If you say that, you do not understand the magnitude of the problem and how easy it is. All right. It is so easy. If you're smart, imagine there is a programmer of approximately the same skill level as one of the Linux kernel police. Those guys are busy. All you have to do is make something subtle. Like you don't see here. I'm not saying you add some lines of code that say switch to root and open a shell, right? Like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about introduce very subtle situations where a variable can have the wrong value, that normally that's fine, but when you combine it with thing B and thing C, it happens to produce an exploit, right? I'm talking about that. Things that you would not see by looking at the source code. I guarantee you there are people around the world where that's their job. X equals something instead of X double equal. Well, probably, but like even that is like a linter will catch that, right? You want things that linters won't catch, etc. Yeah, Heartbleed, like, I mean, come on. That I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they know who checked in that line of code, or maybe they don't, right? But Heartbleed was pretty subtle, but you can do things that are a lot more subtle than that even. Payoff for Windows is bigger. Is it though? Because most servers are actually Linux. Like Windows is all the clients, but the servers are Linux. And so if you want to snoop network traffic, you want Linux probably. Or, you know, router, whatever router is running. There's no real protection from secret services. No, but we're talking about like DDoS attacks, right? If I'm China or the US, right, and I want my geopolitical rival to have a hard time, what do? I turn off all their computers. Okay? Like it's a basic, obvious fact of national security that you don't want to be vulnerable to that. I'm making it look very easy. There's like 1,000 people whose full-time job every day is to think about how to do this, and they have a lot of funding. I mean, I don't really know that, but I pretty much know that. It doesn't have to be easy. It doesn't have to be easy. Large companies with a vested interest in fortifying the kernel. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. You're just wishful thinking. You're just wishful thinking. If you wanted to fortify Linux, the very first thing you would do is put a cap on the number of lines of source code and start removing source code, right? Because more source code is more attack surface. And you want to reduce the attack surface. That is the number one thing that you would do. Nobody's doing that. You're calling bullshit on that? No, I'm calling bullshit on you, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up. If you can introduce a bug into Bitcoin, you can make billions. Not really. No, that's a different thing because Bitcoin is a distributed secure protocol. So you would have to like find a problem in the protocol, right? Or something. You can't make billions on Bitcoin by hacking a computer, right? You can't even make billions on Bitcoin by having a malicious client. The design of the protocol is to prevent that. Okay? It's not like Call of Duty where you have a malicious client and you can see through walls. Bitcoin isn't vulnerable to that, as far as we know. Why would I assume that? Because you disagree? Because you're disagreeing in a content-free way. I have been around the computer industry for decades, and I've been inside companies like Google and Microsoft, and I've seen how they work, and I've seen what people pay attention to. So have you? Okay, so give me some actual evidence that that would be true. Just explain why that would be true. Do I think some of those people have become employees of the FANG companies? Guaranteed. Guaranteed. There is no way that there are not many state actors who are employees of all these companies. If only, like not even for bug planting reasons, but just industrial espionage reasons, right? It's guaranteed shitloads of that going on. If it's open source, then others will probably find your bug. No, look, open source software is so buggy, right? This theory that if it's open source, then others will probably find your bug has not proven itself to be true for like all other software with obvious bugs. So like, why would you expect it to be true for like cyber attack bugs? Examples exist of long-term bugs. It's worse than that. Find things without long-term bugs, anything. So that's all I'm saying. Look, the probability, you guys can say you were here someday in the future when this actually happens, the probability that there's going to be a large scale cyber attack where somebody just turns off all the computers in another country, well, not all of them, but as many as they can get, is 100%. That will happen. The question is, what is the mean time to that happening? And how well defended is the person being attacked? All right. I'm implying that introducing a bug in open source software is an order of magnitude easier than finding the bugs. Yes. Yes, that is true. How many lines of software get written per day? How much software is added to the universe per day? Now, again, this is not merely an open source problem, right? Again, this is also a closed source problem. It's a problem everywhere. If I worked for any large company, I would be trying to delete most of the lines of code, all right, while keeping approximately the same functionality. Over 9,000 million lines per day, accurate. Yeah, there have been examples of cyber attacks so far, for sure. But what I'm saying is it's hard to believe that there are not a lot of sleeper attacks planted but not yet triggered by multiple parties, right? Like, how is that not true? So, like, people might have, found one or two, right, by less sophisticated actors. There are more sophisticated actors. Like, there's just no way this isn't happening. Would that attack change the software hardware industry afterwards? Maybe. Like, I would categorize that as having a result that is very unpredictable. I don't actually know what the outcome will be. Right? I think probably the first thing that happens, you have to like war game this out, right? Like, what do? Well, you try to figure out where the attack came from, and you either shut off the internet from that place, or they've got VPNs, right? So you shut off the internet from everywhere, except they've got people in your country, right? So like you kind of have to shut down the internet at a very localized way and increase security between those local cells. While you panic and try to deal with the problem. What would dealing with the problem look like? Figure out what the exploit was, boot a version of the system that doesn't have it, right? I mean, it all depends. Like, it's hard to game out because the more subtle a bug is, the less control you have over what it does, right? Like if you could just put arbitrary code anywhere that you wanted, you would make something that like tries to stay alive on the network and reinfect machines that are up and all that stuff, right? And maybe like it's probably very difficult to inject something like that directly, right? But you could inject something that is vulnerable to that and then have somebody manually download that thing and propagate it around, right? So you have to assume there's some kind of worm like that in the wild, and it's probably very hard to kill 100% of it because, again, if you're wargaming this out as a state actor, it's like, we want some number of the infected machines to be trying to reinfect, but not all of them. You want them to sleep random amounts of time and wake up a week, a month, a year later and start reinfecting, right? So, because if you can see the packets, you could like start walling that off, right? So, I mean, you just have to start thinking through those scenarios, which I haven't done, so I can't really propagate it. But just think like, what would you do if you were getting paid $1 million a year to be a smart programmer working on this? Like what what would you do to make it the best possible fuck that country system that you could, right? How useful would this be instead of just nuking a country? If you nuke the country, you don't get anything, right? You get poisonous atmosphere raining down on yourself, right? And they nuke you back probably, right? And also a lot of countries don't have nukes but can afford programmers. It's like a very different situation. Yeah, no, there's so much more of this stuff going on than anyone is aware of. It's nuts, right? So I'm just saying, be happy living in the current world because it will change at some point. I don't know when, but it will change, right? And think about how drastically the world changed due to COVID with like I thought COVID was going to be bad. I never would have predicted that everybody would have shut down their economy for a year plus. Even though I thought it was actually going to be worse symptom-wise than it was, right? Just going by early reports out of China and stuff. It's a lot easier to imagine the internet radically changing than it is to imagine the world shutting down their economies, right? Like, it's just going to happen. COVID shutdowns are practiced for peak oil. I don't think peak oil is a thing anymore. Like the USA has tons more oil now due to fracking. OPEC has no power now. Like, and we've got a ton of alternative energy. Plus, we're very close to the technology of being able to make oil by farming carbon out of the atmosphere at significant expense. But like, you would just have to build some nuclear reactors and you could use those to make oil. So like, it's just not that bad. It's really depressing. I made you want to stop programming. Well, I don't think that's I mean, you should know that all the code out there is really messed up, right? Like, there's no question about that. It's just, what are the consequences of that and when do they happen? Had a rare exploit from a crowdfunding app that also affects the hardware. Yeah. I mean, so your CPU has extra CPUs on it, right? Running other operating systems that you don't even know about. So have fun once those get infected, right? Not a lot of value being generated. I mean, we're prepping for the value generation. Extracting a carbon out is problematic because you got to put more in than you can get out. Yeah, but that's fine. Like, look, if you have a pro-technology picture of the future, right, then you imagine human civilization as something that has more control over more energy as time goes on, right? That's kind of one barometer of wealth, right? So like, we kind of have this technical debt of we put a bunch of carbon and other stuff in the atmosphere. But like, if our energy control is growing, then we can just spend that to pay down the technical debt and it shouldn't even take that long, right? But we're stuck in this mindset where we're not allowing ourselves to grow our energy use, right? So it's a little weird. What percentage of coding do I do off stream? I don't code, I program. How much programming do I do? I don't know. More than on stream by a lot. Especially right now when I'm just talking. We need to get more efficient about the energy we use, maybe, but I think that's overrated. I think you just change off fossil fuels for everything that you can, and then you just farm carbon out of the atmosphere for the rest. Okay. So I was dismayed. What I am dismayed by right now is that LLVM is not helping me out at all to know that something is wrong. So we have all our staxies. We have all our allocations. I kind of don't know what the problem is right now. Wait, it worked now. Hold on. Did I have the debugger open on the other program or something that made it like not overwrite the thing? Because it's like working now. See, so that's what's good about talking about cyber attacks for 20 minutes is you fix the thing. Or like, I swear, okay, I do forget a lot to rebuild or whatever, but like, I feel like some small amount of the time, like 1 in 5,000 times, that you run a program after having written an old version, Windows like gives you the cached old version. A small percentage of the time. I swear that probably like it just feels to me like that is the explanation sometimes. Except that we had, I believe actually I did it after the x64. Whoops, if I remember correctly. Maybe that's not right though. I don't know. I mean, it sure looks like it's working. Okay, so the test that was failing is probably too far in the scroll back, but let's see. Yeah, all right, let's just... Oh no, let's take out this in slice B. All right, we probably will fail on something else because inlining is a very large change. In fact, we did fail up there on the bit intrinsics. Yeah, we've got a few fails, but not that many. Prepare to get a tremendous amount of support from deep state hackers. Well, I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. Only inline if line is 13. Oh, no. You are correct. You are correct. So what are we crashing on then? Oh, this offset to ensure. Let's take a look at that. Because I'm not sure that this was right, but it appears to be right a lot of the time. I guess these have line 13 things to inline. All right. Let's just look at that. I'm actually kind of fine commenting out that intrinsic or that assertion, but I want to know why it's not true. Feature C. Feature C. Okay. Result 368, offset to ensure 320, 32. I mean, I'm a little nervous about all these things that are happening here. Oh, yeah. Okay. That assertion is meant for when we're actually copying like the regular stack allocations. This is a separate thing, a separate stack allocation that happens just when we're dealing with return values. And it doesn't apply because does it apply? No. No. I see. Right. So what we're asserting over there before is that the difference between the stack entries that we had and the ones that we have here is equal to the size of the original function stack because we're just like offsetting them, right? This one is not in the original function. So like we're comparing the offset. Well, okay. No, my actual real theory is that we already copied this. Hold on. I think this code is wrong. See, I was starting to rationalize why it was fine, and I don't think it's fine. Base address, index within array 1. So current bytecode stack dot allocations. Yeah, okay. So this matches. It's size 16, base address 32. So what's happening is I'm making a new allocation here, but we don't actually need to do that. I need to do like what we did. Whoops. So that's the thing is I was about to convince myself, because programmers are lazy and don't want to do more work than they have to, I was going to convince myself that it was fine and I didn't need to worry about it. But actually it wasn't fine. Spoiler, it wasn't fine. All right. All right. Whoops. Okay, that's the old one. This is the new one. Okay. Hey, it didn't assert. So we're still only inlining on line 13, but you know what? Till we can pass while we're only doing that, there's not much point in inlining in more places. Oh, there's one. Invaders. Oh, that's a different problem. That's going to be that these we're trying to compile at the same time. Yes, that one has been fixed by somebody, and I'm going to update. Should the stack frame be extended by the stack requirements of inline functions, vargs, calls requirements? Basically, when we go to inline a function, that function is already completely compiled, so we know what all the stack allocations are that it wanted. And so we just put those on our stack. And then later, as an optimization, if we want to combine any, because you could imagine that if the outer function wants to make some temporary values that it's not using during the range of the inner call, etc., we could combine them. But that is probably a thing that we will leave for data flow analysis later. Yeah, that's a dangerous attitude, because that's one reason why LLVM is so slow, because it does that a lot. But we won't do it as much as them, but sometimes it is the right answer. Yeah, so let me just update. All right, see, we modified tests. Let's do it again. Let's compile it again. We'll run it x64 and with threads, and it should pass now. Come on. Remaining 18. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's that? Oh, no, something just took some time. That's all. Okay, this program, I think, takes like a lot of cores. So, and I turned down the timeout. So let's turn that back up. Here. So that's like our infinite loop detector, and I turned it down. Whoops. I turned it down because I maybe wanted to break in something, but when you're running a debug build and everything's slow and it has all this debug code and stuff, it's like, and you've got something that launches 1,000 threads and it's trying to run while it's a mess. It's a mess. We use LLVM as the default backend right now. That will change at some point in the future, but probably not for a while. And then there's a different backend you could use if you want. Sure is taking a while. I don't know, maybe that test really is failing. I don't know about this. We'll let it ride, but it seems like it's not working. Is it getting progressively slower? No, I think it's just hung on this one thing. Or I guess maybe there's an infinite loop happening and it's gradually eating up all the cores or something, right? Let's try turning that back down. We'll see which one it kills first, and then we can run it in isolation. See if it... Okay. Yep, it's the same one. I guess I did get through everything. Let's see what happens here. Well, okay. So this is a problem. The compiler is infinite looping. It's supposed to, it's like crashing or something. And then this workspace is supposed to exit and like it's not. So there's like two things happening. Yes. Like, why is this? Oh my God, the layers. All right. So it just says there were errors in workspace 2. but not what they are. So there were errors gets printed at exit interp. Let's just see if we get there. Yep. Run loop. Oh, we could run with dash debug. Let's see what that tells us. Because I don't see an error message is the problem. Oh, it's in scan again. Okay. This is where we started the stream. I mean, it could be quite a while before we hit a bug, so let's just see. Oh, we're in assert. Which I guess the assertion actually failed. Maybe it didn't fail. I don't know, guys. Wait, I said dash debug, so it should have only dropped into the debugger when we hit the error. Okay, hold on. My brain is not braining, everybody. Like, what's the error? Oh, guys, I have a fucking debug break in there. That's what the error is. I put one in, maybe even before the stream. Where did I put it? I'm sure I put it right here, Windows Resources. Hey, look, it's at this no check-in. Hey, that's great. I was thinking, wow, that's a weird coincidence that it's having a problem in the same place. And, well, okay. Okay. That was a good 10-minute derail. Okay, now let's see the game with inlining only on line 13. Okay, so we have is falling is inlined and toString is inlined. Great. Probably still works, maybe. How come the frickin' fog of war is gone again? Damn it, bro. We're going to have to look into that. Okay. Anyway, we go back here and wait, what? I thought it was here. Do inline. Oh, it's called accept. I didn't put a no check-in on here. Bad of me. Bad person. All right. Now we're going to get a ton of spam. And it's probably, if I'm being honest, not going to work, I mean. We have another one of these. Let's investigate that. I'm not sure that it's wrong. Let's see. Okay. From the regular loop. What? Okay, let's look at the function to see if it does anything. River particles. Hey. Probably doesn't do anything funny. Spawn particles river. Okay, this is calling something. Line 112. Lerp. Lerp. Really not doing anything funny. Really not. Like what even? What even is the allocation? Base address 0, size 32. Index within array 0. Okay. The original thing is 4-byte. Oh, our stack offset is 4-byte aligned. We don't want that. We don't want that. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No. Okay. Okay, here we go. Before we inline our other stack situations, okay, Okay, when we get stack offset, we are going to just plop the inlinees stack allocations after ours so that they are a constant offset from their old versions. But we need to make sure we preserve 8-byte alignment, which the system expects. Okay, if stack offset and 7, then okay, we say padding, and then we don't need to check this. So we add the padding. Probably. So we increment size and cursor. All right. Good thing I put that assert in there and kept it, because that would have bit us later. All right, array bounds check failed. Limit is -9 quintillion. That's really the same place we were seeing a bug before, or I was, maybe before the stream. Dang it. We did get pretty much all the way through compilation, which is kind of amazing. So it does deal with an explicit stack. I mean, what? I don't know how to explain. Yes, we know what's on the stack. Okay. It's not that limit is corrupted, it's that it's dereferencing the wrong thing somehow. But like, this is weird. This is exactly what I was frickin' debugging that caused me to put that debug break in there. And then I thought we had fixed everything related, but I guess not. I guess there's still a problem. I also don't know why this is listed as unnamed. It's a local procedure, but it has a name. Maybe we don't correctly bind those in that case. Anyway, this is the scan %i thing that we were just looking at, right? Line 288. It's this thing. And I was doing debug break here. 566. It's actually in a slightly different place. I think before it was like failing up here. So this is probably that text is wrong, because if format were wrong, we would have died up here. Huh. Well, I guess, you know what? Let's rerun the string tests that we had. Because remember, I started by isolating. I imported string and then isolated a test case here. Instead of doing that, I could just run string tests here and it'll probably fail again. Right? Right? And then we could use that to figure out what's going on. Let's try turning off the run directive for a second. So it compiles fine. It dies on run. And we actually get a stack. Oh, we don't really get a stack. What is wrong? Why is this so effed? It's not like, no, the stack works generally. All these are fine. We're getting pretty far. Oh, we're getting so far. Okay, we die on the first wildcard match. So we can just set a breakpoint here, because I don't think any of those call it. And then as soon as I have 5, we die. Okay, great. I mean, not great, but great. All right, so stir is this and pat is this, and those are both correct. Okay. Pat sub-0. Advance. Oh, advance is fucked up. Interesting. But I tried advance on my own and it was fine. Oh, but it's using, okay, here's the thing. This makes a temporary copy of the thing, I think. Yeah, it does. So that might be what is messing up. We might not be, I bet I could repro this now. I bet, okay, let's do this. So firstly, we'll say f of hello sailor. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's dying now. And that's a much shorter. much shorter repro, and it barfs, which is great. I mean, not great, but great. So it's the fact that, wait, we're not even inlining. Does advance inline something? Oh, it's inlined. Yes, okay. We're going to have to look at what happens there. I think we'll just dump this. We don't want to dump that. All right. All right. Let's disable this. Okay, that's fine. I forgot. Oh yeah, because we want to look at the dump here. Why is there that? Oh, because it's all advanced. I was like, wait, this function's really short. This advance calls this advance, and they're both inlined. Again, I'm not a fan of like stacking inlines like this. I think somebody else did this. It pisses me off. Maybe I did that, but I don't know. It should not be this way. Okay. We'll change it later. Oh, no, I know somebody else changed my code because I wouldn't have fucking did this. Like, that is not what that is for, bro. All right. So yeah, you can see, so we still have these stack nodes. So this is an advance, and this is an advance. Someone who's getting fired. No, it's someone who isn't working on the project anymore, I think. Okay. So I mean, we could just take a look. It's a little bit, I kind of want to de-inline this call and see if it still crashes. I feel like it will. Let's just see if we can notice anything wrong, though. Because assert is like also inlined. Like a lot of code. Okay. So V6 is greater than or equal to 0. That's amount. All right. I don't even know what's going on here. This is probably assert. This is probably the next assert. And then here's the actual thing. I could comment out these asserts to clean it up a little bit because I'm not sure that they are relevant. Yeah, let's try to minimize this a little bit more. So let's just, like, this is not, okay. Okay, but we're going to do this. Okay, still dies. That's great. I mean, it's not great, but it's great. So I mean, we could just call this, like, we could just do this down here, my advance. And then we have the whole thing local and don't have to worry about weirdness. Whoops. Right, we weren't even calling that one. We were calling this one. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I should have left the other one. So this still works in x64, which is weird, but maybe not that weird. Okay. So, all right. We're down to 2 basic blocks now. That's a lot better. Because our myAdvance doesn't have the assertions. It's literally just these things. So we should be able to read it much better. It does still crash. We actually should be able to step through it much better, etc. Okay. I don't know. So this is reading the count field from the string. We say minus amount, right? And we put that in V7. Okay. We get V5 plus 8. We load that. That's a pointer. We add V6, which is amount. And we store that back in V10. Or what V10 points to. Which looks right to me, and then we jump out. So it is not clear to me what is the problem. Someone's giving me helpful programming tips. Okay. This all looks not bad. Furthermore, this is not really doing stack operations. There is this stack node thing, but I don't think that should matter. I don't know, maybe it does. But I don't think it does. More tea is needed. If I drink more caffeine, my brain is slowing down right now. I kind of don't have good like chocolate right now or anything. I need to go stock up. But because I was getting so fat, I sort of drew down the snack supply for the time being. Okay. Okay, I really don't see a problem here. So maybe I should turn, there's some like validation pass that I think we can turn on. Maybe that won't matter, but maybe it'll tell me why LVM is grumpy. Because honestly, I don't really have other ideas. And maybe it would be time for a break if... Trying to remember where this thing is. Verifier pass. There we go. I don't know what that false is, but let's just try it. Verifier pass, didn't give a shit. Did not care at all. All right, let's just try to at least see what's going on. Let's double make sure this is compiled. Okay. 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 Oh, look, we're at 7FF700000003, which kind of means it was a jump instruction. I don't even know. Okay. S.count minus equals amount. We don't really have the locals. Okay. RAX. That is the wrong. That is the wrong thing. We're subtracting. How do we know amount is 1? I guess LLVM substituted that. Yeah, but this is supposed to be the count, and it isn't. So this stack address is just wrong, where it's getting this thing. Whoops. So it's getting, okay, it's getting A out of here. Stack's not really moving, and we're storing it here, RCX. This is like some context record stuff. This might be something in the LLVM backend. In some way. Like, I kind of don't even know. Like, I feel like we should be able to super strip this down. Like, just by passing a pointer and returning it. Like, okay, let's try this. It just dies. Wait, it also dies in x64 now? Oh, because we're wait, what? Guys, I don't know what's going on. Okay, in x64 we get the same numbers. In LLVM we crash still. Let's run that a few times to make sure, because like honestly I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening here. Okay, but we somehow, when we were printing this string, we also crashed in x64, is that right? What is going on there? I would prefer to debug this because it has nothing to do with LLVM. So like I might just squirrel away this entire program for LLVM bug : and just focus on this one. Because like what's going on there? So like if I do this and say t is 5, that's fine. What if I do that? That's fine. That's fine. But this, So we actually corrupt the string. In that call, I think is the moral of the story. I wish I could set a data breakpoint from user code. Oh, wait, does this still die? Yes, okay. Oh boy, look at that stack trace. So we're like recursively appending. It's probably just got a massive string count because we're corrupting it. Okay, so we could just maybe see how that happens, maybe. Oh, dash debug. Okay, so v7 is v3. Stack node. Maybe that's hosing it. Like what else could possibly be happening? So v5 is v7 is v3. That's all we've done in bytecode except for that stack node, which is now v4. We've got so many register copies. Now v4, okay. What we really need is like A is p dot count, right? And then B is p dot count, because that'll. Okay, 14. That's probably right. So we go in there, we go in there, we come out, we jump. Like somehow it got stomped with the address of the frickin' thing. It's like it's the same as the address of the thing. So v6 Okay, wait. This is the line corresponding to this. So V10, we dereference V3. This is unfortunately in decimal. (9908) 2EO. So it's not the same as this, but it's kind of close. So it's like it's an address on the stack. So I think that stack node hosed it. Let us, for now, wait, don't we already have this? Yes. Yeah, we don't want this. Or maybe we do. New BC instruction is bytecode not. Something like that? I don't know. What? Can't open for writing. Sag. That probably happened one of these times. Okay, that was the debugger break stopping us. And then we continued and we were fine. So like, yeah, that was me like cavalierly assuming, like I kind of knew that that might cause a problem, but I didn't want to think about it and didn't want to look into it yet. But the time came when we had to do that. Hey, it works in LLVM also. Let's see. Let's see where we at. What if to remove inline? Then the problem will go away because we're debugging inline. Inline. No, 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 no. Well, we got some fails. Oh, these ones. I knew that this was coming up. Okay, so this instruction offset greater than 0, that's just what happens if you inline something and it's the first thing in the function, which usually doesn't happen. Because usually you have like a stack node call or something, but there are cases when it can, I guess. Oh, because release mode. We're compiling in release mode, which means there's no stack trace nodes. So I need to go back and look at this and decide if it's a problem, or it shouldn't in principle be, but I don't remember what was going on. Instruction offset. Like, do we ever -1 it? Here, dominating instruction index. Yeah, this is a weird thing where we're adding an empty basic block. This is the one reason why that assertion is there. I said something about setting hardware breakpoints. No, I know how to set hardware breakpoints. That capability is not built into the library for the language right now. Like, we know how to do it. What's the difference between programming and coding? Coding is for people who are too lazy to say more syllables and who don't think as hard about what they're doing. Coding is like, hey man, I'm doing some cool shit with Node.js. I actually don't know if I want more tea, but I'm boiling the water, so yeah. Okay. Okay, so the problem is I'm trying to say, hey, we're dominating by this thing. See, this is annoying. Because we have other assertions that, I mean, I guess I could take those out. Maybe those will fire and I'll take them out, but, or actually, here's what we do. We just don't start a new basic block, right? Oh, God. No, we can't do that. Oh, new BB is not old BB. It's tail block, right? Maybe. Okay, so we can go do this. Lol. Okay, that breaks basic block offset. We can't just change it like that, right? Like we have to kind of pre-crime this out a little bit more. Inline bytecode value infos. Although, I mean, oh no, yeah. Okay. It's a little bit of a singularity in the representation that you can't say that your dominating block is empty. That is not allowed. Which seems weird. I don't want to fix that right now, but it seems weird. Well, yeah, look at all the calls to malloc on the screen. I just can't handle it. Oh my God. All right. What do I do here? So if I knew what the right representation was to fix this basic block singularity, I might just check in, because we have made good progress, so I might just check in and do that. However, my T is still going. I think I mean ATAN2. Oh, definitely ATAN2. Definitely ATAN2. We definitely need to do some raycasting. Was it ray? No, projection. Projection matrices. What was ATAN2 for? I forget now. Perspective projection, yes. Wasn't it like 2 years ago? Maybe time flies. I feel like it was only like 1 year ago. I don't actually know. Okay, so I need to pre-crime this. I don't like the code that I'm about to type, but I'm not sure what else to do. put that explanation later. We only have to do weird stuff here because we don't. This is going to be a pain in the butt if I don't change this. Okay, so we're going to assert basic block offset is equal to 0. We should have handled this above. At the other there, and then here is we're going to disable that. I feel, see, this is a complicated change. Something else probably needs to happen. I don't know. Yeah, this frickin' thing. Release mode, and LLVM is slow in debug especially, but it looks like it did it. It seems you can't overload brackets for assignment. So it's not, I would say not done yet, but there's a proximal issue, which is why it's not done yet, which is, you know, one thing I demoed a long time ago, which people still bug me about, is like SOA data structures being built into the compiler. And I decided that the way I was doing that was wrong, right? And so I wanted a way to do it better at user level. So there's this question about, like, if you just say A sub B equals whatever, you could overload that. But like if you say A sub B dot C equals whatever, you kind of can't, right? So the question is, what is the operator and how does it work? It doesn't really have to do with returning L values, because if you look at our other plus equals and whatever, we just do it such that your operator function just takes a pointer, right? Like we don't do the C++ reference thing. So I don't really think that that's an issue, right? But like I want something versatile enough that you could define like A sub B dot C to be like some kind of, you know, SOA, AOSOA with 16 size blocks or whatever, right? Now the problem with that is that the A sub B dot C is like, well, the dot C is a little bit weird, right? And before we had macro handling, we didn't really have a way for you to have user level code that could apply the dot C, You know what I'm saying? But now we do, kind of. And so I kind of want to go back, even without worrying about the operator part of it. The question is, can I just go back and make a function where you could say that somehow and it does the right thing, right? Right, but if the operator subscript returns a pointer, you can't do SOA with that, right? You need a way at user level to like demunge the whole thing. Then again, maybe I should just hard code it back in the compiler. Who knows? But yeah, I've just been, I've just had enough to work on that I haven't been able to sit down and think about that, but I do want to do a good job on it. It's just not there yet. I don't want to do like a bad job on it and have people expect that to be the way it's going to work and whatever. Well, we passed all the things. Let's try Sokoban. I'm still going to be afraid to turn this on by default, but, maybe I can make it so that, well, it crashes the game, so we definitely should not ship that yet. But we're very good progress. We did all the tests. String to float 64. What? What has this got to do with anything? Okay, this multiply and convert to float must be inlined, right? Let's see. No, it must have something inlined. Mol 96 is inlined. Okay, well, GG's. M bot Bexp Nexp Neg. I don't know what those are supposed to be, but okay. Look at all the wonderful documentation in this function. Okay. So multiply and convert to float through somewhere. Probably in mol 96, right? Let's see if we could break point. I don't know if it's like the first call or not. We'll find out. Oh, whoops, we're on the wrong program. closed solution. Here. Okay, let's try this. Probably not okay. Oh, it was, I guess. Okay. Okay. Base. Base, base, base. C0. 3. Oops, U. What? Oh, I'm in the wrong. Yeah, these aren't going to be visible right now, unfortunately. But we can see, like, what... Oh, it's probably normalized, right? That looks fish. Fishy, fishy, fish. Wait, that wasn't even maybe the problem. Whoa. Is the problem that... Oh, wait, it's telling me stack trace is -1. Okay, here's what's going on. This function, it's not actually crashing anything to do with that. What's happening is when we generate code for a function that's supposed to have a stack trace node, we push it in the beginning and we pop it in the end. And that happens in the back end based on some flagging. I think, so here we're trying to pop it, but it's like already, it doesn't exist. I think because it didn't exist on entry. Stack trace, oh, it does. So somebody else pops it for some reason, or we pop it twice. I don't. Okay, wait, this wasn't inlined, right? Here, we don't push one. Wait, now it got nuked. Oh, this is just us having our stack wrong again for some reason. Let's see where it happens. This doesn't happen really very often. Okay, so we want to know when that changes. Wait, the next got hosed. on that return. So our stack trace node okay, yeah. We're making a stack trace node, but we're doing it like probably too late or something. Like it needs to be accounted for somewhere else, I guess. So this happens, so we have a non-inline, calling an inline, calling a non-inline, and things get out of sync. Wow, a year ago. Can't overload her. I mean, we could overload array assignment if we wanted to. I don't know. It just depends. I don't know what Russ' concerns are there, but like in general, in my opinion, Russ tries to do more than I would like them to try to do about these things. So I'm not that surprised if they are having a problem. I don't know. I mean, again, it's like it would be very easy to implement it in a straightforward way. But again, I want to handle the SOA thing very well. So vec t. Ugh. Dude, friends don't let friends do vec t, all right? Come on. Remember, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, everybody. Just stay home for 2 weeks. Everything will be great. Vec t. Never mind that it's not a frickin' vector. Jerks. It's not a vector. It's not a vector. Is CA locking down again? Mask mandate in the San Francisco Bay Area started today. I don't think they'll go as far as lockdown, but like the most hyper left-wing people seem to be able to grab attention with their hyperness. So, you know, the kind of people who are histrionically on Twitter, like, I've been wearing 3 masks the whole time because I knew everything, and therefore you guys are dumb and should listen to me. Like, that's, I don't know. That's like, piggybacking off of bit vector, but a bit vector is actually a vector in mod 2 space or whatever. Isn't everyone saying this will become endemic anyway? I do not know how to avoid it becoming endemic. I am certainly not an expert. I do not know what is molecularly impossible and not. But yeah, I mean, how the fuck is it not going to be endemic? Come on. So like, I don't know. Yeah. So like, if you lock down now or even do mask mandate now, like what is your end game? Like, what are you waiting for? Because like, not that many more people are going to get vaccinated. All right. More people will get herd immunity from being, or help you approach herd immunity by getting infected. But like, okay, they were going to get infected anyway. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, again, like doing restrictions on commercial operations or lockdowns or mask mandates, those are like delay tactics that you use until your solution rolls out, right? But if you don't have a solution to roll out, then what? You're just saying we're going to do this forever. Latest Louis Rossman video on requiring NYC businesses to enforce vaccination status. I'll have to watch that. Let me get it queued up on YouTube for after I take a break. All right. Videos. Yep. 3 hours ago. Oh. All right. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think if Delta hadn't happened, there would be something like, well, there are variants and they're not that bad and we'll just kind of get herd immunity and it'll go away. But like, the vaccines are 85 to 90% effective and not everybody takes them anyway. And the herd immunity level for Delta is like over 90, I think. So like, even 100% of the population vaccinated with a 90% effective vaccine wouldn't do it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. If you can convince more people to get vaccinated, fatality rate should be lower, hospitalization rate should be lower. But like, people have had a long time to get vaccinated. I guess they can hear scare stories about Delta variant and that can convince people. But there have been so many scare stories for so long and so much obvious bullshit information that the people who are not getting vaccinated are not getting vaccinated because they don't trust the people in authority for good reason, right? So even though on a population level, getting vaccinated is probably still the right thing, people don't trust that. And I do not blame them, right? They've been lied to so much for the past year. They've been lied to by people who knew you knew they were lying and just said it to you with a straight face anyway. So it's fine. It's a bummer. You know, we fucked up. It's sad. GG's. Vaccination rates are rising again, not by much, and I don't think you can expect that to go very long. I don't know. Like, if you have figures saying that vaccination rates are like astonishingly high, because you wouldn't expect them to slowly rise. It's like, oh crap, a panicky thing is happening. Let's all go get appointments, right? I don't know anywhere that's like out of vaccine appointments all of a sudden. Maybe in some states it is, but in California it's not. The news is hammering Florida state's stats because they're scared of DeSantis. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they don't want DeSantis to run for president, I guess. He's like the most credible 2024 presidential candidate. Yeah, I mean, there's all those lies. And then even recently, pretending that vaccines have no risk, right? The thing that you should have said to fucking adults that you respect is, look, there's some risk to these vaccines. We tested them. There's maybe a little bit of problems, but it's not that bad. You have much lower risk taking the vaccine than you do not taking the vaccine. However, it is not without risk. You might suffer some serious side effects. There's a very low probability you might die. But we all need to pitch in together to stop this pandemic. And so let's all, do a small amount of sacrifice that's actually a net gain for almost everybody. Like, that's what you should have fucking said. And then people would have believed you, and some people wouldn't have got vaccinated, but like, I think a lot more people would have than with what actually happened. Right? So, I don't know. Oh yeah, I need to also watch this Elon Musk. You're assuming people are smart and can think, which is not the case. No, that's the attitude. That's why everybody fucking hates the current authorities, because they know that the authorities think they're stupid. That is everybody knows that the government thinks they're stupid and is lying to them because they think they're stupid. That is the problem. You have to stop making that problem. And it's not even logically. What I just said is an appeal to emotion. You could write a fucking banger of a speech that's better than any speech any president has given in 20 years, where you rise to the occasion. Now, Joe Biden probably couldn't give it, but where you rise to the occasion and like ask people. This is the first, big thing since fucking World War II that the USA has been in. Maybe 9/11, right? And like the ball was completely dropped. There was plenty of reasonable messaging. No, there wasn't. Not from the top. There are various people saying correct things randomly in various places, but the top coordinated messaging for the whole time has been very PR, very lie to the public. It's gross. Do I think this would have played out differently if the 2008 crash didn't happen? I don't know how to predict that alternate reality at all. I mean, that would just be a very different world than we're in. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Vaccination rates rising in southern states. I mean, I don't believe CNN about anything, but let's see.
The stakes of this.
Shut up, CNN. The 7-day average of new doses administered is up 26% from 3 weeks ago. Okay, if that figure is true, 1/3 higher vaccination rate, that's not that high. Like, that's not going to fundamentally change the situation. It's that'll help, but it's not going to really change that much. Like, that doesn't represent a solution that's happening. Because again, this is like a bump. It's like your new game release. After the game's been new for a little bit, the bump goes down, right? Okay, we got to get back to programming, but I got to... Starbase Factory Tour 6 hours ago. Okay, I will watch that later. I've got videos to watch tonight. That's great. Did I hear about the CDC eviction moratorium? No. What do you mean? It'll save lives. Yeah, but also, like, it'll lose lives, like from people being depressed and not being able to work because businesses, like mask mandates, people don't want to go out and do things, right? Like whatever, like it, there are impacts of these things. And so you have to weigh everything. No eviction during COVID. I thought evictions became legal like 2 days ago. But lockdown should not have come as a shock. Yeah, they should. The country I grew up in would never have fucking put up with lockdowns. Are you kidding me? It's like there's just not enough testosterone left. Everybody's like whipped into lockdowns. Moratorium was extended for 60 days. All right. We'll see what happens. Extend and pretend. All right. So I mean, even like, look, if you go back and watch the Apollo 11 documentary, which was the 1960s, like they show just shots of the crowd and like the engineers at mission control and like NASA engineers who are like random nerdy dudes who sit in a room all day, like look in way better shape than anyone you see today randomly on the street, right? Unless you live like on Venice Beach or in Hollywood or something. Like, it's crazy. It's pretty funny, actually. So, like, we messed something up pretty bad. Okay. So, I need to figure out what's happening. Now, the weird thing is, I think this is a corruption and not a pop. Because this next pointer should be null, but it's -1. So it's like I think we're killing it with a -1. Let's verify this, right? So we're here. Context base stack trace is C790. Okay. That gets pushed to BD60 and it points at C790, right? Because this is not inlined, so that's fine. And then this is inlined, but we didn't push anything when we called it. Okay, that's expected. And then normalize is not inlined. And I think here what happens is we have a stack trace node instruction here and we used it, but like it wasn't properly accounted for because it got added late. It like wasn't properly accounted for somehow. Anyway, so when we go here, oh, I didn't step in, but all right, let's I accidentally stepped over what we wanted to look at, but okay. So C790 BD60 and it's still C790, right? So here we are. And we step in Yeah. So okay. So we pushed a third node, right? So now we have B840 to BD60 to C790. Okay. So it's like in the process of returning, right? I kind of don't want to step through the assembly, but we could. Like, I'm pretty sure I kind of know what the issue is, and I'm just... The problem is that this touches on language semantics. Like, I want to kind of guarantee that if something is supposed to have a stack trace node, that we have one. Oh, you know, I probably... Oh, it's not that it's not being counted on the stack. It's that... Okay. Okay, let's see. So we go in again. Boom. We're stepping out. Okay. So like, yeah, we just overwrote that thing. That thing is on the stack of this function. I'm actually not, I'm confused. Okay, so we're here. We have BD60 to 14C790, right? Okay. So the 840 was this guy's stack frame. And that's the one that got overwritten before we used it. That's weird. All right. Okay. Like, I don't exactly have a theory for this. Because it seems to me like this guy is hosing his own stack trace node. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll zoom in even more. We'll look at the assembly a little bit, because that could be confusing things. Okay, so over here, we do all this stuff. I don't know why this has breakpoints. That's weird. So we have a call to normalize here. So I'm going to step to that. And I'm just going to try stepping over. I don't know if Visual Studio does that. But there we go. Less than or equal to 1 millisecond to run this assembly instruction. And then, boom. Okay, it's already hosed before we run whatever happens after there. So that's informative. Well, I guess we'll step in and see exactly what does it, right? So this part is setting it up, I think. Oh, we already did back here because our first line breakpoint is here. Okay, so we're doing this if statement. We're doing some casts and truncates, which like, I think we're in debug build. I think we're in debug x64. Okay, so R12D, R14D. It's probably the R14D is getting moved. Whoops. RSP plus 2OX208. 135. That's pretty far from that. Well, let's see what happens. There. Oh, it's that one. Wait. R8D going into wait, did I mistype? I thought it was 15 something. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so we're trying to put a return value into the fucking context record, which means we're stomping all over it, really. Oh, no, just the stack trace node. Okay. I think it's the thing that I was saying in some way. I think if I do the following, this will disappear. We'll find out. If I go and I say if I just do this, always, we just don't inline these. I think this problem probably goes away. Let's see. Oh, are we running Sokobot? I forgot. Forgot we were even running Sokoban. Woof. Okay, now we're complaining that we're trying to do a stack trace node and there's no allocation for it, which is weird. Because what? Okay, well, this might be information that helps us solve it. Let's see what it's complaining about. Five different insane things happening in the first 5 posts. I mean, the thing I realized today, I looked on the internet this morning and then I went outside to have a nice time. And I was like, I'm kind of just drowning in bullshit now. Like when I read anything online, like literally almost everything online now is said by people who have no skin in the game about whether what they're saying is correct or not. And it's just all banana cakes, right? Except for a very small number of people who actually care about whether what they say is right. And it just, I just saw this in a new light today. I was just like, wow, this is crazy. So I didn't know what to think about that except to stop interneting. Have you ever thought about making a compression algorithm where the algorithm is a generated program that runs and recreates the compressed data? I mean, you would have to figure out how to make that actually smaller, right? If you can really figure out how to make that smaller, practically speaking, then you have a good compression algorithm that somebody will want, even if it's slow. Compression is not my thing. That was always more Rad Game Tools' thing. I've done a small amount of compression historically. I don't even mean about programming when I say everybody's just saying bullshit. It's like everybody across all strata of society everywhere is just fucking saying a bunch of bullshit all the time. Why would you do that? Well, I mean, theoretically, if you have a compression algorithm, it can only model certain kinds of patterns, right? And a Turing-complete program could model any kind of pattern, right? And so if you output a Turing-complete program and your program representation is efficient, then theoretically you can make gains, but it seems very hard. Yeah, the internet is really a lot worse now than it used to be in terms of average quality. I don't know if it's overall worse because there's so much more stuff on the internet, you can just get certain information on it that you didn't used to be able to get, and that's useful. But like, oh my God, dude. Like, it's complete insanity from every direction. Even like, I got in a Twitter argument yesterday with someone who I know in real life. I mean, I haven't seen him in a long time, but like, I've known this guy in one capacity or another since like at least 2001, maybe before, right? So, and he was just saying bullshit. And it was just like, it was not even a level of quality of conversation that we would have had. Like, I still might have disagreed with him if we were talking in person, but it would have been a better conversation. You know, there's something about people being used to online interactions not being high quality, but then also these online interactions being performative. So like every time you say something, you're aware that you're performing for whoever might see it. It just turns everything bad. Just turns everything bad. Like, I guarantee we would have had a reasonable conversation in person. Okay. Well, I don't guarantee that, but I think it was much more likely. Okay, so current lambda stack trace linear allocation. We are doing a call that the call says that it wants a stack trace node. What call is this? Basic module align 40. Oh, okay. This has nothing to do with what we were looking at. This is like, okay, if we're in a function like assert and it's inline, we okay, maybe I just want to get this working now and then make it better later. Since we're nuking every yeah. So when we do bytecode call procedure in an inline thing, we need to say, okay, where do these options come from? It's BC options, right? Yeah. New BC options is 0. Got a window open. We're doing stuff. We got a game. We got a stew going. This is with inlining turned on, everybody. I need to figure out why the frickin' fog of war has gone away. Sag. All right. I am still not going to turn this on tonight because we want to do more testing before we deliver value to the people. But this is pretty good. What I'm worried about is compilation speed. I want to see if this slows us down. So let's try release build of the compiler. Which I don't know what this should say, but so 0.62 front end, 0.65, 0.62, 0.62. So we're getting around 0.62. That seems a little higher. So let's try turning off inlining and seeing what happens. Where do I do it? Oh yeah, actually something. Actually inline. Not. I'm worried that just outputting all the extra instructions is going to cost something. We probably still should do it, but all right. I should probably take out the extra prints. 0.59, 0.60, 0.60. I mean, it makes us 5% slower. 3, 4, 5% slower. for the level of inlining that this program uses. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. That was some debugging for other stuff. All right. Okay. Oh, there's a lot more relocations in the program too. And, you know, we might be able to like not emit so many register copies or something. But yeah, so it slows us down by 3 or 4%, which is better. I had someone work on an inlining solution a long time ago, and the version they did slowed us down by 20% plus. So 3 to 4% for a first attempt, better than 20%. %, 5%, yeah, not really 5. Anyway, so I want to build with LVM. Yeah, it was an implementation that didn't play well with the structure of what the rest of the compiler was doing. Okay. I do feel like it's running better though, too. Like this is a debug build. Now, in theory, LLVM might inline some stuff in debug build, but maybe it doesn't, right? Maybe this is what it is. Anyway, also before I deliver, I think the way we will deliver this value to the people initially, I'll give it another day or two to chill. I will, I'll have it just be off by default, but people could turn it on as an experimental feature, and we'll see if they like it. Oh, there's more stuff I have to do as well. I have to do incomplete, detect inline cycles and report them cleanly and helpfully as errors, right? So when you use the inline keyword, it's mandatory that it inlines. And so it's like physically impossible to have a loop of inlines. So yeah. You're not doing much programming, so you're not evolving much, but they pay reasonably well. You're looking to think and look for a job where you can really program more things and so on. What would be my suggestion? My suggestion is definitely get a better job. I mean, you could also try, sometimes people don't take enough initiative to try to improve things at their current job. Like, at least go to management and say, I don't feel challenged. I don't feel like I'm programming enough. I want to program more. At least tell them that and see if they can help, right? Because maybe, I don't know, like it's possible they won't do anything about it, but they might, right? I mean, if you like the company or whatever, but it is, especially if you're younger, it is very important for your skill as a programmer to do programming. It's one of those things where you just get better at it the more that you do it, as long as you're doing something reasonable, right? So you'll be falling behind relative to other programmers if you are not programming, right? Can you take a function pointer to an inline procedure? So function pointer is loaded terminology in a certain sense, right? So if you declare a constant variable, well, okay. You can get the value of a procedure, the equivalent of a C function pointer, whether it's inline or not, that doesn't matter. The question is, can you call it inline? And the answer is you can if you bind it to a constant so that the compiler knows what it is, right? Otherwise, you can call it, you just won't get the inlined one. It seems very hard to get a job. I mean, really, a lot of places are hiring right now, honestly. So I don't know what kind of places you're applying to. Maybe there's something you could do with your resume to make it more appealing, etc. It's like being on a dating site, right? Maybe if you just take a better picture, you'll get 3 times as many replies. I assume. I'm not on dating sites currently. I'm too old for that shit, probably. Casey's tweeting some stuff about Clang. Do you have any strict timeline to follow about when to publicly announce a game? No. I think, okay, it's weird because this changes. The internet is noisier than it used to be. And kind of what that means is if you announce years ahead of time, like we did on both Braid and The Witness, people will totally forget about it by the time you release, right? And so you can get more anticipation and excitement if you announce closer to the release these days, probably, maybe. But also you need time to build interest. And if you have no track record and nobody knows about your game and you wait until a couple months before release to announce, maybe nobody will give a shit, right? And then you'll just be on this pathway toward release, like driving toward a brick wall, and nobody will buy your game, right? So that's hard, and it's very situational how you would handle that, right? If you knew, like, oh, I'm going to get into some show, like a Sony show or a Nintendo show or whatever, and my game looks really good and it'll get people excited, then you have a more confident plan for waiting that long. But if you don't, I honestly don't know. Like, Will the overworld have some levels that will be reachable only by solving a puzzle? I mean, of course. I am not into knives. I believe you want to talk to Gabe Newell about knives. I have no knife knowledge. I'm kind of tired today. But we got the game running with inlines. So what do you want? Okay, another thing that we want to do is figure out what the language semantics should be. Re-presence of stack trace nodes make that happen. Like, if something is inlined, should we make a stack node anyway. Should we make that be a modifier on the inline so you could say whether it's there or not, etc.? See how it takes a minute for this thing to come up? I should probably like pre-crime that. Like, oh, you're gonna step on this thing, so let's start switching it. Am I doing this in my own engine for fun, or is there another reason why you're not speeding up development with Unity or Unreal, for instance? All right, I will give you, I answer this all the time on this stream, but I'm going to try to give a slightly different answer that I gave people at our company meeting. And the answer is the following. I've been in the games industry since the 1990s. Which makes me an old timer at this point. There are not that many people still in the industry who have been in longer than me. There are some. The whole time that I've been in the games industry, there's sort of a two-tier structure of developers. Let me get some water and I'll continue. There's two kinds of developers, right? There are developers who have a lot of agency and developers who have very little agency, right? And that extends back to before there were engines or anything, right? This is back to the time where it was mostly about business deals. Like, if you were living deal to deal off a publisher and had to do what they tell you, right? Low agency. If you have money or are making things that you don't need outside investment for and you stay independent and fund your projects that way, high agency. You have control over what you make, when you release it, what it looks like, you know, anything. And what you will notice over the history of game development is that generally speaking, there are always, you know, outliers and statistical flukes, but generally speaking, low agency developers die and make lower quality things. High agency developers survive and make higher quality things. That is broadly speaking how it is. And it is not very often that a developer transitions from low agency to high agency. All right. So now, in the current scenario, when we talk about engines, the same thing applies on a technical level, right? If you use Unity and you want to do a game, you kind of have to live with what Unity gives you. You kind of have to beg. And if Unity doesn't want to give you something, you have to do without that thing, right? You know, you have to suffer all the speed problems and the frame rate problems and the visual quality problems and so forth, right? And even if you can program, like, you sort of still have to deal within that framework that they set up for you. And that's, you know, that imposes certain things, right? Unreal, similar situation, but higher overall bar of quality. So you don't have as many like stupid frame rate problems in Unreal, but there's plenty of things to contend with, right? So if you are ambitious about what you're making and you want to make something better than what everybody else makes, then it is quite possible that you will be limited by your technology choice if you are low agency and can't do something about that, right? If you're making your own engine, that's one way to be high agency, and it's one way to be able to solve problems because, hey, oh shit, we didn't realize we were going to need to do this certain technical thing in order to make our game work. Well, now we can do it. Or, oh, we assumed that this thing would look good and it doesn't, but if we change the way that our rendering works, it'll look better. You have the ability to do that, right? So that's sort of the reason is you want to be a high agency developer because that's who makes the better games and it's who survives longer, right? All that said, making an engine does take time, for sure. I mean, if I was concerned with the fastest turnaround time, I wouldn't have made an engine in my own frickin' programming language. Like, that takes a lot longer than just making an engine. So, I'm making different choices here. And part of the choice that I'm making is that I see a lot of problems with the way programming is done, both game programming and programming more generally outside that. And there are not very many people who have a reality-based perspective that comes from tackling a lot of hard problems, who also want to spend the time and effort to help fix programming, right? And I guess if I'm one of those people, I kind of got to do something because there's not that many people who are going to. Most of the people who do stuff that influences how programming is done do not have that much experience. The experience they have is not on very difficult problems. And they haven't gone through this crucible of seriousness, right? And so we need people who have to step up and contribute. And so that's what I'm trying to do. Hopefully that tells you where I'm coming from. We are not rendering these screenshots live. These are, I'll show you where they are on disk. I run a command right now that generates them. It might be nicer to have them be live, but I'm not sure I like that idea. Data. Bitmaps, right? Bitmaps. And then next just shots. Here we go. View. Spoilers. Oh my God. You're going to be spoiled on the video game. By the way, look how slow this is. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, so we just have a folder full of these right now. You have no, these aren't solutions. These are the initial configuration of the level. This doesn't tell you how to solve the level. I don't think people have to do game programming to solve hard problems, but they have to do harder stuff than they're usually doing, right? $590 items. So this isn't even everything that happens in a Benny test. This is just everything with an entry on the overworld right now, which means there's an extra 160 levels that aren't here. Stone teleport V2 looks like the level I talked with Casey about. Stone teleport. These aren't alphabetic. I don't know where it is. I can't. There's 590 levels. How am I supposed to know where it is? This level. I think this is probably a level that Zach made as a segue into some stuff. I don't think it's mine. It's a pretty easy level. I can see how to solve it, but yeah. Too much value. Too much value. Bro. Okay, so we've got more things. So I want to check this in, just disabled for now. Let's say incomplete user level setting of whether we inline, period. Gonna rebuild this. We'll run some testes. Oh, no check and explain. Okay, this was just that I didn't want to leave that on. This is this is problematic. I actually should this doesn't have much directly to do with inlining, but it sort of does because of relocations. Yeah. All right. So there we go. That's no inline. Hello, rating people. I was going to wind down pretty soon. But people showed up and there's like a perf meter. And what can you say when there's a perf meter? All right, let's try LLVM backend. Oh, I did that. Well, okay, we're crossing the streams. Yeah, we don't really want to run the level sim in the background and have to do two at once and like load it and all that stuff. I mean, we could though. We could. Maybe director's cut will do that. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely, like 5 hours is a pretty long programming stream in terms, like streaming makes me a little bit more tired than I normally would be anyway. I don't know why, it just does. So, you know, it's just how it is. Oh, I should put this in the comment. So many things to check off, but this is great. We have inlining just about done, which is, it's been on my to-do list for like 2 years. That did pass. Yes. Okay. So I think I have a no check-in explain still. So let me go explain. what the language semantics should be with regard to stack trace node presence. Until then, to get things working, we are just eliminating all stack trace nodes in inlines. Later, code can get confused if a call is flagged to need a stack trace node and there isn't one exclamation point. Okay, great, I explained. No more no check-ins, and we're committing that. So yeah, we will deliver this value to the people at some point. And then there's a mega huge value for the people that we will deliver at some point. Why is actually inline equal to not true? Because I'm turning it off. So it's just very easy to toggle it by deleting one character as opposed to changing the whole thing. How do you determine where to inline? It is where the programmer says inline. I'm a little nervous about these modules that we edited. Okay, I took that out. I did that. That's fine. Wait, what? Oh, we need to search these for no check-ins. So this is only little debug spams. We're going to revert that. This one. Rewrite this. Okay, let's do that before we end the stream, and then this will revert. Okay, modules, string, no check-in. Okay, so this just counts substrings, and we're just going to say if stir.count is less than substring.count, return 0. All right, these are our conditions under which we bail. Now we say search is stir. I hate variable names stir. Say to search all right, and then cursor is to search. Cursor.count equals substring.count, and then for this to search.count minus substring.count, we say if cursor is equal to substring count plus equals 1. That can optimize down pretty good depending on your machine instructions. And then we say cursor.data plus equals 1. Much tighter loop. Okay. And then we're going to call this something decent. Like count a substring. What should we call it? That's not too annoying. Do if statements work off spaces? No. Spaces are mostly cosmetic. I mean, you need one to separate things, right? Does this mean it'll count overlapping entries? Oh, that's a good point. I guess we shouldn't. Yeah, that's a good point. I was about to change it. Hopefully one of the test cases would have caught that. Okay, never mind. Let's make it less obfuscated, though. There we go. So we don't have the -1 in there anymore. That is still way better. Count substring matches. Right? And then I can go, you can do count, deprecated, use count substring matches instead. This will go away soon. Okay, and then return count substring matches to search substring. There we go. So let's make sure I didn't screw that up too badly. We'll run a debug compiler because who knows, maybe an assertion will go off. I need to do warning hunt again at some point. Okay. Debug. Crossing the streams again. Comment above still says stir instead of to search. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Attempt to assign to a constant. Oh, wait, I deleted the declaration of the variable. I deleted the declaration of the variable. That was very bad. It's very bad. Very bad. Call it result. Just because there's too many things called count, right? Like, who names their function count and a local variable of that function count? Like, really? Really? It didn't like something. Line 768. Okay. String tests. What did I goof on? String test line 1171. Join split. How does this use the count function? Oh, here. Count stir separator plus 1. So this is 1, 2, 3. It should say 3. I'm using the old goofball name just because. Procedure is deprecated. Thank you. Count is 3. That seems right. Did it have a wrong answer before? Like what? Oh, we're not even. Okay. Okay, we have, for some reason, see, this is weird because it's using a separate loop that's like similar. It's like, it's doing this inefficient situation. Like this should say 3 and then plus 1. So 4 indices, 0 to 3, right? So n should be 4. This code just looks like a mess to my eyes. I don't know what I'm looking at. We didn't change slice. So this just goes and does the same shit again that we just did here. Ugh. Like, come on, bro. Really? This was like a port of somebody's code that was not reasonable, maybe. I don't even fucking know what I'm looking at. Okay. So, but why, why, what could we possibly have changed that would have done this? Oh, wait. No. N must be... Hold on. Because we don't add down here, so... N is 5. Why is it 5? Did the old one like modify something in place? Or something? Okay, so the one that's going haywire is this. Okay. This is wrong. It says 4, but it's really 3. What if I do this? It says 2. What? What? Now it says 4. What? What? Okay, hold on. Okay, so result is 0. If cursor is equal to substring, we bump this forward by substring.count, which is 2. Oh, you know, I promised to do the memcomp anyway. This probably won't change anything, but I had meant to do that. Cursor dot data count is 4. Count is 2. Oh. Wait, no, I don't get it. Match at 3, 8, 13, 19. So we're going like off the end of the string probably, right? 3, 8, 13, 19. We're not supposed to go that far. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay. We're just going to write this all the way in the C way, really. See, I was advancing n number of characters, but we're skipping over sometimes, right? So we go too far. Why is memcomp comp preferable to equals? Because we know the lengths are the same. And string comparison will check the lengths, and we just know they're the same. I don't know. Like in a commonly used routine like this that might get inlined and stuff, it's just I'm preferring to write it the tighter way. Okay, so cursor is there, end is cursor plus string. Okay, so we're going to shorten this up again in a minute, I think, but there we go. It's 4. Wait, no, it's 3. It's supposed to be 3. Oh, because I didn't change this part. While cursor is less than or equal to end, I think. Whoa. Okay. No, this is, these are backwards. GG's. Okay, great. Great, that is the correct answer. Now, I mean, cursor plus 2 search dot count minus substring dot count. I'm tempted to just do this. The problem is, what if cursor is near 0 and we wrap around below? That's not good. So anyway, so if we take this out, how do we feel about this? Still not the fastest substring search I've ever seen, but kind of better. So now I'm so annoyed by that other function. Hold on. Modules string. Renamed count to count substring matches. And made it a bit tighter. And then split. Okay, let's make sure that we pass this test anyway before we go messing with things. How can you wrap around below? Yeah, it should actually, right. So so if search.count is equal to substring.count, right, which is valid, then end is going to be cursor plus 0, and we do want to test that. So this is right, I think. Okay. So we passed that test. Now, though, this split routine, oh my God. Not only could this be cleaner, it could be faster. Okay. This is some bull crap. I mean, there is a little bit of a trade-off where you're like, oh, we're going to use the minimally sized array or whatever, but you should probably use temporary storage anyway. All right, so result is an array of string and I'm going to keep this, okay. Array add. So this originally was written using, and then someone just decided, like, what? Okay. So we don't need this anymore. Like, this whole function is basically the same function as all right. It's fine. See if I broke that. No, the assignment operations were not heavily influenced by Go. No, they were not. Okay, we broke it. We broke it. By which I mean I broke it. Why is that? Colon equals is not an assignment operator in this language. Whoops. That's a good reason to not compile. Lol. All right, well, somebody's still not liking it. So what else did I do wrong? Probably something else trivial. I should have just compiled the frickin' thing. Array bounds check. Oh, we're array bounds checking. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot to replace this. Okay, so it's not 2 passes anymore. Okay. I'm tempted to make these the same function with like a compile time argument about whether we're supposed to return the array, right? You know what I'm saying? Like this could be called wood split. Like how much would you split? You know, and then and they would be the same code and all that. And like you shouldn't add something if there was a separate. Maybe you should have an empty string. I don't know. I guess you should. Museum of Jurassic Technology. Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time, but it's good times. Who did I bring there last? Oh yeah, yeah. Like people don't totally know what to expect when you. I hope it survived COVID. I mean, downtown Culver City is not cheap real estate. All right. Did I run the tests? I think I did. Let's run them again. We got a new build machine. We actually got two. It's AMD Threadrippers. They can go real fast. But I haven't turned up the number of threads being used for the build machine yet, but I probably will soon. All right. Okay, great. You have Acme. I have been to Acme. I was at an exhibit there in frickin' 2006. It was a long time ago. Holy cow. Oh, well, okay. It was a long time ago. Casey has a 20 tweet long rant about Clang. Okay. I'm gonna sign off. Thanks everybody who came by, and we had some good programming. We've got inlining just about ready to go. That's good. Do the compile time parameter thing. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. All right. Thanks everybody. See you later on.